I tried to stream Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Not sure if it's still on my channel or anything. I might have deleted it because I didn't get very far. But I thought I'd delve back into the Sherlock Holmes sort of sleuth games. These are made by Frogwares, who are pretty much the Sherlock Holmes game developer. There's been a few others on PC, but I know them primarily for I played the Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper, which was a decent little game. I mean, it was alright. And a lot of the Sherlock Holmes games are just alright. A lot of them are usually original stories. I think these ones are based on actual stories from the books. Unfortunately, on PS4 at the minute, I only have this one, Devil's Daughter, which is the next one after this one, I think, and obviously Chapter 1 and the remake of Awakening. Was it The Awakened? I don't know. But there was quite a few. There was like Sherlock Holmes. Was it Curse of the Pearl Earring or something? No, Curse of the Mummy's Tomb or something. Then Case of the Pearl Earring. They were the first two that came out. Then The Awakening came out, or The Awakened, which was where they smashed Sherlock Holmes and Lovecraft together, where he's hunting down a Cthulhu cult, and it's debatable again whether it was actually real or not. Then I think they had Jack the Ripper. No, they had Sherlock Holmes Nemesis, or Sherlock Holmes versus Arsène Lupin, who's another novel character. They started smashing them a lot together. Then they did Jack the Ripper, which was obviously Sherlock Holmes figuring out who Jack the Ripper was. Then they did something called the Testament of Sherlock Holmes, which was meant to be a sort of almost like a final episode. It was meant to be a conclusion to a point. Then they made this one, which is kind of an in-between game. As I say, I think these all take place off crimes from novels. I don't know if there's a few that might be original, but I'm not sure. And then Devil's Daughter, which is the last one until they went back and sort of rebooted it for Chapter 1 and the remake of The Awakened. I'd love to see them redo Jack the Ripper, to be fair. That one, I wouldn't mind playing that one again. And maybe bringing Testament onto the consoles. Because I'll probably explain this again when I actually get around to doing Devil's Daughter, or at least, if not, I can explain the ending of Testament. But there's no need for that here, because this is just a little one-off. Not the part I'm recording, there's probably only a couple, but I'm going to see how long it takes me to get through a couple of crimes, or a couple of cases, and that might sort of figure out how much pacing this is going to go. There's maybe like 2 or 3 parts, it may be maybe 4, I may do a case apart, I don't know yet. Anyway, enough of my waffling. Let's just make sure we've got everything optimized. And by that I mean opium. I mean, well, I haven't been Sherlock Holmes, I've got to do it properly. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Subtitles are on, that's good. How to play. They're pretty much, I mean, they're all third and first person point and click. So I tend to go first person with a lot of these games. Just kind of gives the whole, puts you in the feet of Sherlock Holmes. And as you can see, there he is, smoking his pipe like a delinquent. Yes. I think. Oh no, aren't Frogwares a Ukrainian company? I'll look it up actually. So that could be what that's for. I think, yeah, they are. They're Ukrainian, yeah. Yeah, because what was it? Something opposite they did. It's like I think they had to delay the Awakening or something. They had to delay a game because of the crap that's going on in Ukraine. And I think they were and ahhing whether to have to evacuate their staff. Don't think they did in the end. Anyway. Oh, of course he's reading Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Never read it. Oh yeah, be prepared for some probably some terrible acting and some terrible animation in places.
Holmes!
Crazy mother Philip.
Holmes, will you stop that? You are utterly mad.
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, think of her good
Stop,
pillows.
Holmes.
Is that you, Watson?
Yes,
Yeah,
of course it is.
maybe I should shoot you
And
now.
Almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet, please. I'm trying to concentrate.
Lestrade. I love that.
Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name
It's
of
very
Peter
point and
Carey,
clicky.
also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
Oh, he's
A
been
sailor,
murdered, has he?
most probably.
What happened here?
No, I've got
Oh,
pillows.
Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the only exercise I've had.
I have to admit,
all
I knew
week.
nothing about
A
Sherlock
grateful
Holmes. My
client
first
from the murder
foray
of
into
Sylvia
this was
Vase
like Basil the Great
collection
Master
this morning.
Detective.
I couldn't think of a better use for it.
And then
You're out of your
I don't
mind.
think I've read all the books.
I
I've
missed
seen all
4
the
out of
all
10.
the like TV
Given
movies
you were
with Jeremy Brett as
blindfolded,
Sherlock
that was
Holmes.
very
Like,
good.
in my opinion, he's definitive.
Can I have a try?
Am I the
I've seen the Robert
only
Downey
sane
Jr.
one here?
movies. They were
I
alright.
suppose that Watson is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845
And I watched most of Benedict
and 50
Cumberbatch's
years
ones, but
old.
I don't really
An
want to go back and
ambitious
watch those.
sport, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in
Scandinavia.
1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The Merry Men struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should
I'm
have
pretty
Mrs.
sure that
Hudson
much. I
here.
don't know.
I also
That
have
Merry
several
Men. I
appointments
don't know
that
if
I
that was
must
a
keep this afternoon.
Dancing Men
I
is the
shall
one I
go
think
alone
of.
then.
Mm-hmm. Actually, how can I change the... It's intuition mode or something. It's that one. There we go. Feels a bit stuttery, but
This is where I keep my post.
with the knife. I can't possibly go looking like some sleepy hobo. What else we got? A brown suit. I've got a blue suit for when I go forward in time. This is another lot because we don't need them yet. Black suit, I think. Oh, I don't know. I like. Why not green? Not that you'll see it. Oh yes, rather swag. Right. So we've got to go to Woodman's Lees. Oh, just up the road, was it?
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
Let's go talk to her up there. Before I do any examining, I need to go over here. Is there a run button? Yeah, there is.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. But I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh,
As you can see,
I don't
my
think
face
so.
doesn't give a
I
shit.
mean, he didn't really have many friends. He lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
I believe this is something they bring into this game where you can actually literally observe the person. And you find things like this. Correct character portrait.
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes, life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, my goodness, but how do you know about that?
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Right, so, if I remember where half the stuff is... Aha, footprints.
It seems that the garden was well maintained. These footprints appear to be quite large. The door is locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see. These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
Yeah.
What a terrible way to die.
He's just hanging around, I suppose. Right, let's have a look at his body then.
The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense. This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong. Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer. Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon. The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey. JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook. These abbreviations mean something, but what? This wooden handle is plain and solid. This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
Yeah, green tends to
The
mean you've
Sea
examined it.
Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded. Rum, a sailor's drink. Someone drank from this glass recently. It seems that Captain Carey was enjoying a drink before he met his death. The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work. This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
Let's try it that way. That looks a bit better. It's always a really fiddly bit. There we go.
Yes. This is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among sailors. The murder weapon was probably taken from this rack. Old navigation instruments, nothing interesting. Peter Carey's boots. They look to be a size 8. The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain. The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches. This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf. An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book. A box or a small chest, perhaps. Dundee. Hammerfest. It's a whaling map.
Ooh, a whaling map.
These boots don't match the footprints. Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Lol, it is not.
Thank you, madam.
Thinking time.
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky.
And why is that?
Because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oof, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
Ready your pistols, we're going to shoot him in the face.
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
Don't disagree.
Did you hear that? There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there. All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey, but we were here waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I
No.
didn't...
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but
The initials that match on the notebook.
It's just that I couldn't...
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're
pretty
put in
big
front
yard,
of
I've
the
heard.
judge.
What? But you can't! I'm not... It's a terrible mistake!
Enough.
I
You
mean,
can explain all
might not
that
be
to
him.
the judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
But...
In
Quotation
light
marks.
of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same, I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Inspector, but please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning later.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Hello,
Good
I'd
morning,
like some
Constable.
information.
I would
You
like
up
to
to
speak
get
to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
My teeth are trying to
Thank you.
force themselves out of my face. Evidence room? Evidence room.
These are the suspect's belongings. And partner, 1883. From R. Dawson. To my friend, Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer. A handkerchief with the initials J.H.N. A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations mean something, but what? Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh, no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan.
Yes, eventually.
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
But the
The
engraving
ring's
says
date of
otherwise.
engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then. hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner. So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Magic.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please.
Please.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I am sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
Dawson and Nelligan Investment Fund bankrupt. Nelligan missing. The Dawson and Nelligan Investment Fund, a regional banking institution based in Cornwall, has declared bankruptcy as a result of heavy losses in its loan portfolio and has accordingly been assigned for liquidation. It was the 23rd largest bank in Britain, and its bankruptcy was the second largest on record. The liquidation of the company is a pure catastrophe of many Cornwall families. Joshua Nelligan, one of the bankers, has since mysteriously disappeared. He was last seen aboard his yacht preparing for departure to Norway. Nelligan is wanted both by the police and his creditors.
Here it is.
Dear.
Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
Where's Watson? Ah, my good fellow.
A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No, but we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible, but if that is the case, then it alters many things.
Much like
I
my
don't
blurry.
quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
And the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
Yeah, they do reference past games like that. Obviously, the Whitechapel Butcher is one you do go to in the game. In Jack the Ripper, you do actually. There's a scene where you have to try out all the different knives, and you have to match the cut marks you make on the pigs to the ones you make on the one that was. Which one was it? Catherine Eddowes, I think. I think it was Catherine Eddowes. One of the victims, anyway.
Now I am ready for the experiment.
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise, yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test. The harpoon has struck the body, but with insufficient strength to pierce it straight through. Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can.
Not easy. There we go.
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
Oh, I suppose I have to pay the poor, the poor butcher. No, we can't interpret those ones yet. Hoping I remember most of the things that you have to do. It's been a long time, but this one in particular I remember playing a lot. Run into the... Ooh, what was any references? No. No, just a few repeating textures. Alright, anyway. Oi.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes. Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress.
Sarcasm.
Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
Examine the logs inside the cabin. See what we will find.
1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for August. These pages have been torn away. Log notes for August. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, a torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are 3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first 2 of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign. Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they are still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard...
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
And who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come
it's
to
the
the
man with the
station as soon
jaw
as possible.
issue.
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Hit the yard, talk to the straw. Do, 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 do. Funny how all the buildings look the same.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes. He refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
With our
Let us
canaries.
hope
Ah, yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
so. Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking.
I fear you're talking out of your ass.
These are the suspect's belongings.
First I shall take his booties.
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. A pen. Nothing unusual about it. These are the suspect's belongings. I wonder if these are connected. Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
It's a motive, but we've got nothing to pin it on him yet. Yeah, we'll scramble this together when we actually manage to do it.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, what exactly were you hoping to find inside Peter Carey's cabin?
I was trying to find some information about my father.
I assume you had another purpose, to retrieve the bond certificates. Am I correct?
Yes. I discovered some time ago that a few of the missing securities had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine my amazement. I spent months trying to find them, and at last I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey. These papers, they belonged to my family, but I could not find them there.
That's all for now. Well, I will see you soon, young man. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Ah,
Precisely. And considering
I'm
your
played by
situation, it might be wise to
what's the
speak
name of
with
that
someone
bloke
who is, shall
in
we say, rather more neutral.
Guy Pearce,
You are
that's
a
it.
suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's
Sounds and
ridiculous.
looks a bit like him from
Could you at least tell me who
Christmas
you
Carol
are, and exactly
from
what happened that you
2020,
should
I
be
think.
brought here?
The one
My
where Scrooge
name
was a
is Liam
rapist.
Hurtley. That I can tell you.
Potentially
but you're
would
not
have raped
getting any
someone
more
anyway.
than that.
He doesn't actually do it, but
Well, we shall see.
that makes Scrooge to be a horrible git. Like a worse git than he is in the books.
That's all for now.
That's all for now.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order. to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
So blue. Chemistry, chemistry, gotta do some chemistry. Don't make sure you drop it and poison your cat with your chemistry.
Done. Now I can proceed further. Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light upon the mystery.
Ooh, that's really satisfying.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
Oh dear.
These boots match the footprints exactly. Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Yeah, whack him.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
Lies.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Or do it now.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
And not a
All
proper
right,
tit you
all right,
look.
you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
Your tools?
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
Oh dear. Lying a lot, aren't we?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, You're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my
No.
tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I
Oh,
will
aye.
check that, Mr. Hurtley.
I'll be going there and I'll be like, hey, what's all this
That's all for now.
nonsense about then,
Hurtley's
lad?
stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
Doing a lot of travelling, aren't we, Mr. Holmes? Back and forth, upside down and all around. Right,
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh, my.
Oh,
Our
my.
tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam.
I see you haven't moved the past 7 hours.
Let's see what could be hidden here.
Oh. Ooh. It's a ghost box.
Let us see what is in this box. A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
Yes. Liam, my dear, you've been so good to me all the time that I've known you. I cannot describe these feelings, but I suppose they are sinful, and no good can come from them. No come. I fear what might happen. I fear going against God. Yes, he's very, very angry with you. I thank you for your care, but I cannot leave the man with whom I have been bound by God. With this shackle. It is his divine will, oh dear. And thus my husband is the cross that I must bear. He makes my life a living hell, but the bruises fade, and you must not worry for me. Oh, what am I to do that? Yes. Perfectly fine, he abuses me. Because Jesus wants it that way.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You're living in sin.
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters?
The dick
I
pics he
asked
sent
Liam
you.
to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
I've just emotionally broken this woman, but I wonder if he's found any sailors. Hmm. Oh yeah, this can actually lead to a conclusion if you're. Yeah, he's either done it or not. No point making conclusions until we definitively know and have all the facts. It's like sometimes you can. It's like you can make decisions before you've found everything. Obviously, that's not what you should be doing if you want the actual truth.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
I say, it says British here.
This man
Patrick
is a
Cairns.
harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch.
And her husband hasn't smoked in
Wiggins,
years?
could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
Sometime
We found
later.
Patrick Cairns.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
Get my old Popeye outfit on then, shall I? I need my sailor suit. Of course, I need to make myself look different. Oh, I forgot you could put hats on. There we go. Scruffy as buggery.
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
Oh, this scruffy sailorman went into my cab like.
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
Yeah, goes with his arm wrestling like. Oh, come on, you sod. God, this is tedious.
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type.
Piss.
Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, I find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Ah, of course. It's been a dozen years since I've sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumours about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar, and violent too. Swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant, and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
No, really.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in a dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
Here it is.
Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like, aye.
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
It's time to leave, it's time to leave. Hmm. Clearly he's there, so, right. So, Nelligan's innocent. Hurtley's innocent. Strong arm. Harmless flirting. Hmm. Don't know. I never know whether to do this. I'll actually look up, just in case, because I don't remember if what you do affects anything. Like, everything else I can remember, but this is the one I always forget about. If you're after the trophies, you've got to condemn them all 6 times. But if you want the good Holmes, choose absolve. I'll go with condemn. May as well do the thing. I don't think it actually does anything. Oh yeah, because you need to fight him, which you'll do now.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Holmes, could you explain it to me?
As I informed you on our way here, Patrick Cairns is the murderer of Black Peter.
Why bring me here? Wouldn't it be better if we were out looking for him?
That would be futile, as he will be with us in approximately 12 seconds.
Oh, well, if this is your idea of humour...
No, I just heard the front door. Prepare yourself.
Apparently you can actually die if you don't use this fight properly, so...
Good day, gentlemen. A young lad gave me a note from Captain Ahab. Am I at the right address? Is he here?
Indeed, it is the correct address. But in place of your captain, may I present to you Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard?
That means...
It means, my friend, that you are arrested for the murder of Black Peter.
What? What? A trap? You think you can take me?
Here now. We'll have none of that.
I say that we will.
It will be now. It's a QTE, I think. Bomb. Bomb. Interesting switch of perspective. Yeah, you gotta move it. Ooh. Down he goes.
Lestrade, are you all right? Are you able to stand?
Oh, my jaw. Gore. He took me by surprise, Mr. Holmes. Otherwise, he would have seen what
yes,
I'm
of course.
capable of. Oh.
Yes, he was lucky.
But you got him.
It was remarkably easy. He lost his balance after he struck you.
And you practice boxing, I know. You must have hit him hard. Our fellow is knocked out.
We should call for a police cab and then take you to the hospital.
A lot of his responses.
Yes, well, no need for a hospital. I would prefer to keep this between us. You know.
Of course, Inspector. The case is closed.
Of course, he weren't knocked down like a goose. Yeah, I'll accept that decision. Justice Seeker. So no, it's only to condemn everyone in order to get a thing. Right. whilst the instructionism's going on, I'm just going to refill my drink a bit.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes. As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is, the one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh,
Bloody
Mr.
Mycroft.
Holmes? Perhaps you don't
But
remember.
wait, he doesn't look anything like Mark
I'm
Gatiss.
Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek Interpreter.
Oh, yeah.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who
I
presently
look like
threaten both our
Superman,
country and the
big
crown
face,
itself.
Assure
You must
you,
help us with those methods of yours.
Need
He looks like a
help.
cretin, doesn't
Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
he?
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is
Wonder
not
why.
about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse,
Have
undertake
that
this
man, what's
job
his
of
name,
yours.
Bond do it.
You are defending your
Sorry, wrong
people,
time period.
and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That's the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country
Diabolical.
needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further.
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
Well,
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
one week later.
What a gloomy night. It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase. But, Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in
Botheration.
stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow. Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train. There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. Railway sleepers, nothing unusual. The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues, and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery
It's a rarity,
appears
but you see
very
it.
promising. This investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of the region.
Perhaps the station master could lend us one.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
Out of all
It is
curiosity.
extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
The trolley, dear lady. Wow.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
I would be glad to have a detailed map of the local railway district.
But of course, please, take the one that's pinned inside the waiting hall.
See you later, my good man.
Where is it?
This map will be useful.
Right, so I found the map. Let's go.
This part is probably from a locomotive. An old locomotive bell. This place serves as a storage area for the station. This part is probably from a locomotive.
Left luggage. Oh, Watson, get out of the way, you drunken fool. You're not teleporting anymore, Watson.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
I don't know, would you mind moving out of the way? Oh, thanks, Watson, you just bloody blocked me in.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
Get out of the way. Oh, gee, thanks, old chap. That's it, shuffed. Shuffed. Honestly, Watson, you're like a boorish buffoon.
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson. Here is the train set. A telegraph. According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. What kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
See you later, my good man.
Brilliant. Tickety-boo. Ooh, Nottingham. Ooh, their legs are touching. Ooh. Someone just teleported, didn't they? The angry passenger.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
Telling me like.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night
My
I was on
concern
the
is I
train
can't
as
act
usual
long
with my
enough.
colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train. and he was extremely rude about it.
He was very rude.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Ooh.
Goodbye, sir.
Keep that under your hat.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I
Nah,
have
mate.
a complaint.
I'll be in
We
there.
are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
Oh, you're losing dollary dues. Australian hat. He must be from Switzerland. Carrying cysts in a bag.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention. But I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they
They
own?
bored?
The Chilean Barcazas Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in, and yet I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see.
Yeah,
I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damned train.
All your dollary dues.
Mr. Robinson, could you please
I do actually
Were
quite
you
like the term
travelling
dollary dues. I
alongside
think they
your
should have it as a
prototype?
currency.
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train.
Or
And all
dollar
because
bucks
of
if you're a
this
Bluey
stupid
fan.
station
Although I liked it in that
bastard.
one episode where they did
I
use dollar
received a
dues.
telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr.
Oh, God, you look
Bronsby,
pasty,
wished to
mate.
see you in the waiting room.
I
merely
know,
informed
my
you of
eyes
this.
tell you that I'm
Mr.
so
Bronsby
invested.
is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from
Well,
the
you're...
train,
Oh, well, he's
except
vanished.
for the directors of the Barcazas Chilean Company.
Sorry, we just kicked your door in.
A telegraph.
Oop, a gap in the floor.
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
Insurance organised by Thomas L. Robinson for his prototype called the Autonomous Electricity Generator. This policy partially covers the loss of the prototype up to 50% of its value. Maximum cover amount of £15,000. Jesus Christ. Insurance duration 1 year renewable, so he's getting a decent amount back. Especially in Victorian money. Right, where's he? Oi, Bridlington.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
But first I must deduce your face.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with 2 furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service.
They're
They
telling
stay
him what a
here the
bad
whole
railway
night,
it is.
But people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you.
Even Holmes is bored of it. Yes, I don't give a shit.
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did, and I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
You're a noob.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram.
You're 12 years old.
And your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Yes. Threatening someone with the prospect of being thrown out into the street.
First of all, I scolded the
Well,
ticket
people to do what they
inspector,
want.
for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was a peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
Ninny bong.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We
Don't know
need
why
to
you want to do that.
confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
Oi.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you
Not
keep
even
on
in the
digging that
message,
hole
see?
of yours. You have no idea who I am.
No, I don't either.
I see that you kept your grip sack with you. Why don't you
Oh,
leave
I
it in
like
the
a good grip
luggage room?
sack.
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype, and this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This
Lol.
Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
By raiding his shit. Oh, I'm just going for a brief little walk and not into this room.
This gripsack belongs to Mr.
Why is
Robinson.
it called a gripsack?
I think we should open it, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
Of course.
Yes. I'm just going to break in, you know. I'll keep getting this all muddled up. There we go. Right. That's the one we need. Yoink!
Look, Watson. A bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should study
Very
them carefully.
suspicious.
Mr. Robinson is the seller. An exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
Yeah. Alright. Let's go to Chesterfield. Unfortunately.
This bin is full of empty bottles.
A fishing advertisement.
I'm breaking into your
A
house.
telegraph.
I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
No, I don't even know the Morse code of them, right? Oh dear. Oi,
How could he
Hiccupy.
fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
Huh? What? The 18 hours 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
But first I must stare at your dirt. Red nose, happy face, he's drunk off his ass.
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any peace around here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
Station Master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Or my collar.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Kill him. Let's go break into something else then. What's actually in there? I don't know. There's the luggage room.
Locked. There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
Oh no, not again. Come on.
These tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them. Bags were recently dragged here. French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
Oh dear. I love how it's the same countryside. The stations are different.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Dirty objects?
Yes. Well, thank you for
I'm
reminding
making a
me.
lot of Thomas jokes
I
now.
should clean them. Although, it might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
He's getting so irritated his shadow's having a
Borrowed
fit.
them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads.
Gave me fine
They invited
alcohol.
me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
Oh dear. Bloody useless. Right. Ooh.
A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Magic.
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
Conduct the train experiment. Make our own Tankin Dankin. Right, so we need...
I should use the appropriate object here.
Let's put the wheels on first then. Right, that's a brake. That's not which end goes where.
So, now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson. I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
So, train spare parts. That one. Whistle. And there should be a thing down there. That one. And that.
The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect the headlight. The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson.
Oh, there
we
it
shall
is.
need a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready to be used.
Where's the lever?
Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So, such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
He's just afraid of hard work, Watson. Alright, let's see. Go find the archive on the back of the truck. Ding. Do 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 do.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Oop, there it is.
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham station. The switch is rusted, but it still works. Mines. This is interesting. It would be quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned. This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
Nope, let's do this now then.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
I hate this because you have to freaking figure out which one it is.
Nothing interesting here.
The problem is it's...
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Problem is, he's...
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
There actually is Holmes, just being a douche.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Come back and do that one then, it's going to be difficult.
This is an administrative panel. See what it says.
Watson, you are a gentleman, and gentlemen tend to carry handkerchiefs. Might I borrow yours?
And where is your own?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Very well. Here it is.
WEA Coal. These mines belong to them. A lightly loaded vehicle came this way. Nothing interesting here.
Here we go.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Yes, there is actually. You're just being very...
Nothing interesting here.
Problem is, it's being very precise with where it wants you to do
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Unless I'm not doing it right and it's actually between...
Nothing interesting here. The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches. There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
God, that was irritating.
This box must be the safe. Let's open it. Oh, there we go. The Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could help.
New instructions to all WEA Call security personnel. We must inform you that the representatives of the Parcasas group are granting free access from now on. Or granted even. This company is the future owner of the mines. Also starting from today, no trespassing rules upheld against any representative of the Caracal Consortium. The preliminary contract of sale has been cancelled. Do not provide any explanation. This information is confidential.
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside. Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Bang.
Dynamite.
Evesham.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
There are two companies, the Chilean Bacazars, whatever, and the Mexican Caracal. Both wanted to purchase the WEA coal mines. The Mexican Caracal Consortium had established an initial deal and had prepared all the papers. However, the Chilean Barcazas group, aided by their influential connections, managed to snatch the concluding deal for the mine.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd. Traces. Let's take a closer look. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials.
Let's go talk to our station master friend and see what this building is. Oi, lofty.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2
Bungled?
weeks ago.
Oh no.
The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal.
But how will Gordon pull the express
Why would
now?
anyone want to?
What will become of Henry's green paper
See you
red
later,
stripes
my
then?
good man.
Oh, we're at the Earl of Doncaster.
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman. This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into one picture.
In my mind palace.
A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Turrent, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
But also this thing.
Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Yes, I know that, Holmes. I'm just thinking of...
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
That's it.
Newspaper articles on horse racing. Hurdle, steeplechase and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
Betting slips for horse racing. The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
a telegraph.
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
Yoink.
This postbag belongs to the station master.
Cornwall Advocate Agency, Main Road, BR6 9HJ, Bromley. In reply to your last warning letter, I wish to assure you that I shall soon honour all of the latest instalments that I need to pay according to my debts. Yours faithfully, A. Duff.
The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
7 Alpine Street, Basford, Nottinghamshire. My darling, I ask you to trust me this time. I shall soon have no more than enough money to repay the house mortgage. It's only a matter of days. You may continue living in the house without me, since that is your wish. Please know that I still care about you and hope that you will forgive me one day, despite all the harm I have caused you in recent years. Yours, Edward. Stupid blue engine.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so?
Oh no, not the vanished train.
Gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station.
No relation to the beer.
I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
Chappy like. Misery. I deduce this man is fucking miserable.
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham.
Oh, you poor
I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph, just the same as all the other nights.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
Clearly you can't bloody hear me.
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office.
Oh, we're just snooping around,
we
you know.
all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Bloody am.
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who flared our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him.
By punching him in the face. No, not that way then.
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. Let us take a look. The switch is rusted, but it still works. The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable. The railway ends here. That is strange.
The beach.
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster station. It doesn't look like a very good place to rest. These traces were made by a carriage. Look. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle. An advertisement for lake cruises. An abandoned gypsy caravan. Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached. A label with the name Las Zarpas. This place was abandoned fairly recently.
The Las Zarpas barges are leaders in heavy goods transportation. The Las Zarpas label belongs to the Mexican consortium Caracal, who cover shipping, electricity services and mining.
Here it is. Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have
You're
some
trying
questions.
to do that. We're not repeating animations here.
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros. Where did you arrive yesterday? They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
Oh, yes. Right then. Let us have a deduce. So, railway to the quarry. They've passed Chesterfield. The Mexicans drowned the Chileans. Condemn.
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble. But it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. Our other option is the local constabulary, and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. All the same, I think that I prefer the forces methods. It would be better to resolve the case quickly and efficiently, without any talk of politics.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
No, I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Well, all right. What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
Huh. You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican friend.
Of course, you already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Well, the case is solved, and we shall be heading home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away. Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking. Can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through, then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Sometime later.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Ah, nuts. Ah, nuts. There we go.
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my God! I thought I was a dead man.
Sometimes it
You
doesn't
shouldn't be
seem
so
to pop
glad
up when you
about
actually
it.
have the
You
thing
will
over
be
the
up
top
before
of
the
it.
judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably have to do the first bit of this one before we actually get control back, so obviously this will be where we finish, but let's just get this bit, because I think this bit automatically goes into the thing. I don't know if it saves properly.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits. The pupil is dilated. The temperature appears to be normal. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats.
I pressed the button, you fool.
I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats.
Okay, so you can't spam either.
A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and Datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to find you here. I need your help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the Chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
What ship they'll end up building.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
Ooh,
a
Roman Baths.
Murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
I don't know what, sod it, let's do this one as well. Because then we'll at least have this in 2 parts instead of 3. Because there's 6 missions, I think, overall. This is the 3rd one, so yeah. Yeah. Sod it, let's do it. Because I like this one as well. Or should we?
Beautiful place.
With a dreadful murder. The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here, but please hurry.
Are you able to identify the
Maybe
men
they're not
who were
based on
with the victim in the steam room?
Conan Doyle stories.
The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the city council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think
archaeology, eh?
did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see. You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All 3 witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
I see.
Was there anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
Oop, let's go back to the first person. Prefer it.
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Very well, sir. I came in at 6:30 this morning, and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentleman had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
I waited until they'd all entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
Right. This is where we've got to go.
The changing room. The steam room. Champagne for a special occasion. Unopened, it was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room. These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room. Clothes belonging to one of the suspects.
Oh dear.
Good Lord, Holmes.
Death
yes.
with a peculiarly Roman piquancy. Let us forget about that.
I don't think we will, actually.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large. Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample. Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
Well, death is very recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
Get it out of here. This is
here.
just spoiling
What
my view.
concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry, or he is an artist, or a ghost, or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous. Do you know that?
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street. This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it. G. Newell and Sons, steam specialists, Seattle, WA. With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away. One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted. The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. I will need something to pick up this melted metal.
It's horrible. So Rodney, he's dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
I'm in shock. I don't want to talk.
It's horrible. I can't talk at the moment.
Blood traces wiped on the towel.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
Nope.
None, Lestrade. How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room, and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared, but I don't know where it is.
Did you leave the baths at any time, or receive any visitors?
No, sir, I did not.
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
I see.
There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
Clearly. To the yard with me.
An embroidered silk handkerchief. A fountain pen with solid gold trim. Sir Gregory Pitkin's visiting card. When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood. upon himself. A phial with herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
An ordinary pencil.
How ordinary. Sir Gregory Pitkin, manager to Mr. Blinkhorn. Dear Sire, the interests I represent require the situation of the past to be changed for the better. At the present time, the Frigidarium excavation remain under your direction, and yet the works have not progressed. You have failed to find anything of value, or are unable to make the Frigidarium accessible to the public. The Frigidarium is a valuable asset in the recreation of the Roman bath experience. I urge you to complete your work within the next 2 months. You have this remaining time to conclude your archaeological research, or to find yourself another workplace. I'm an arse.
This ring was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room. I see the join. This ring was repaired, and quite badly too, with silver. An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old jewel.
Why on earth would they wear such a ring?
A very pertinent question.
Is that a denarii?
An old and rather dirty coin. A hand-drawn map. Rodney Bentcliffe's notebook. It may contain something of interest. The last pages were torn out. We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil. To begin with, a few strokes of the pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces. And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you must, Constable.
Don't be an ass. The right eyeball has been pierced to the hilt by a curved-bladed knife. The blade cut through the orbit of the frontal bone, ripping apart the frontal lobe and the corpus callosum, after which, completing its trajectory in the cerebellum, caused hemorrhagic lesions. All of these injuries led directly to the death of the individual. At the upper lobe of the right lung there is an old injury filled with the amount of mucus and ciliated debris that can correspond to a chronic infection by elements likely inhaled in a burial chamber, a decaying monument, for example, or a dried and decomposing food product intended to accompany the deceased in their grave. The remainder of the body does not appear to have been damaged. Gotta look at the corpse. No, it's a mortuary assistant.
An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says. According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs. The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age.
Ew, there's his body.
Some light bruising, caused by a rope. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
Oh, yes, I think it was. Oh, he looks like a prick. Mouth shape. Twat. Arrogant look.
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes. I'm passionate about archaeology. I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
So you're the typical
when the
antiquarian
archaeological
archaeologist.
researches are
then.
over, I will be
Even
free
though
to
I don't
complete
think
the
you're actually the
restoration. It is the
archaeologist, but
usual
you're an
process.
asshole. There you are.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
We were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament. Suspicious. Authoritarian. Unkind. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Pharaohs.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success.
Like,
He helped us increase the potential of the building.
You're an arse.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. But then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow. He saw the body first.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
Then why are you whinging about it?
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
Oh, really? Was he schleemaning it?
Your mind?
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No, but I never liked that parasite.
You believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
No, you've got bullshit coming out of your mouth. Does that make you a twat?
Did you bring a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
Oh my god, I think he's got calluses.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Nice.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And
so you're
has it
still
been
looking
successful?
for money?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
I hate these people who go looking for treasure
What
and
was
call
your
themselves
relationship with
archaeologists.
Sir Rodney?
That is my
Well,
partner, actually. She
I
hates
couldn't
Indiana
say
Jones
that he
for that
was
very
a
reason.
kind man, no. But he was
I like
talented.
the films.
I felt a
Don't go with
great
the archaeology
admiration
side of
for
it.
him, I must say.
Was it your first collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney
Not that I've seen
briefly
the
once
latest
in
one.
Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with him. Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
Surprisingly?
Well, Sir Rodney was a cold man, and so very secretive too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that. I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me. Then he advised me of quite the opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself?
Sir Rodney has had his own particular ideas of archaeology.
Yeah, nicking all the good stuff.
What can you
Getting
tell me
Schliemann
about
bit.
Garrow?
He always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately. He complains about voices and visions. I will keep an eye on him because I'm worried.
How well were your researchers progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
Lies.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
What will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
Well, I haven't thought about that. But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I am Tristram Garrow.
Your head looks a very strange shape. Yeah.
What is your occupation?
I am a counsellor at the district chamber.
And what were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yeah, like on
Yes.
Twitter.
So many things happened, and
Oh wait,
we need to
Victorian
know.
Twitter.
Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing by that. I apologise.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you, and he trusted me. But oh,
are you feeling unwell?
I'm sorry. It is I remember. Oh, I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear. No, nothing. I'm better now.
Ah, you're schizo.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well in there.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't remember.
You saw the knife? What did it look like?
Everything was as if in a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was shining like gold.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behaviour?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins, and he started to laugh. His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now.
Oh dear.
This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it. Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
Right. There we go. Time to do some science over here. Analyze the dirt.
Pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold. Selenite. White clay particles. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to. The sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans. Let us analyze this blood sample. This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface. water. This blood is heavily diluted with water.
What mysterious crap were they trying to find?
Frigidarium.
Yeah, that's definitely not restored then, is it?
This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's workshop.
Ooh, amphore.
Glass plate negatives, a remarkable method for recording ancient civilizations. A glass plate negative is missing. It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue. Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
That hasn't changed. Right. There are a few among us who could claim any degree of unfamiliarity with the name of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. He is a gentleman who possesses the wealth, notoriety, and vigour to well match the finest of his ilk abound in England. His intellect is equal to his charms, as has oft been declared by the young ladies of the European aristocracy. He holds powerful connections with the Lords' Chambers and carries an influence inside the political world. There are those who would call him unforgiving, authoritarian. We would rather say that Sir Rodney is determined and ambitious. His presence at any archaeological site can only mean success for all concerned. Miraculous reopening for the Strand Lane Roman Baths excavation research. The research efforts were about to be halted when a saviour arrived in the form of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Sir Rodney has taken over immediate control of the excavation, claiming that the site holds the key to a great mystery. We pledge to update our readers with the exciting news as it develops. Exciting. Dear friend, I wish to organise a press conference at the Strand Lane Baths next month. 1893 was a remarkable year for my work in Egypt, but now it is time to set my focus upon English archaeology, to shine the light on our national treasures and reveal them to the public. I would like to see as many journalists as possible in attendance to record this event and record it favourably. If we treat them well enough, we should like to recall my old friendship with Lord Blackmore and use the special funds of the Royal Archaeological Institute for this event. Ooh, is this Roman? The metal plate, besides its archaeological interest, appears to be part of something larger. At the present moment, I am able to discern exactly what that might be. That's not a shield, is it?
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
Yoink! I'm half-inching that.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
They look pretty intact.
Tools used by archaeologists in their research.
I'm going to half-inch those.
right? I wonder how this could have happened.
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement.
Ooh, that's an interesting fresco was on there.
Those stones weigh tons. We won't move them.
It does not matter. If our investigation requires it, we shall ask for them to be removed.
Right, let's go grab that metal that's in that brazier. Now we've got the tongs. Ooh, interesting. What are these actually? I don't know. I don't know much about London in terms of Roman archaeology. I wonder if there's like a, if this is like accurate. Sort of, I'm assuming there are Strand Lane baths. Yoink.
I should analyze this melted metal.
Newspaper time. Yep, Jack the Ripper. The Great Excavation in Aswan, I think that's how you actually pronounce it, was Assoon, but I don't know. Aswan sounds better. I could be wrong. Anyway, I'm going to carry on. Has taken over 3 years, so Rodney Bencliffe directed the archaeological work. A mummy has found with an enucleated eye and posed in an unusual position. The right hand was tense as if reaching out for something, or to someone. The mummy was buried upright. She has been named the Desperate Mummy due to her very peculiar characteristics. Nearby could be read in Latin, "By the eye she was punished for how he saw what he was not worthy." The mummy is believed to be a Roman rather than Egyptian, as some symbols found in the tomb are in common with the Mithratic mysteries.
Here it is.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
Yep.
This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
With acid. What are you going to do? Moisturise me.
The reaction is the same red stain. It is silver, Britannia silver quality. Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Properly.
Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map.
Time to do some archaeology. Let's see what they have messed up.
This archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here? The door has been left open. Someone did not care or was in haste. This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
Followers of the Mithras were covert, worshipping more conventional deities such as Juno or Neptune in their everyday lives. Mithras temples were usually found below the temples of other gods. Mithras followers often referred to their traditional deities to gain passage to the Mithraeum. The example of the Mithraeum of Dio in France is interesting, as the entrance was located beneath the carved statue of Diana. This entrance was possibly revealed by a clever stone and rope mechanism which may never have been discovered if the water infiltration had not destroyed the mechanism opening the way down to the Mithraeum. Mithrite temples can be found in Rome, Ostia, Numidia, Dalmatia, Britain and along the Rhine and Danube frontier, or being somewhat less common in Greece, Egypt and Syria. And the empty coconuts that they used to imitate the sound of horses' hooves, another strange ritual for the old gods to keep the evil spirits away. I found coconuts and banged them together. The people fearing that the dark eye was upon them would melt their valuables in the fire. Sub-Saharan tribes burned fruit, and the rich Roman families spared no expense melting silver or tin. It is not recorded if such valuable offerings were thrown away with the ashes or if they were reused at a later date. The knife used by Mithras for the tauroctony, the sacrifice of the bull, is originally a curved sacrificial blade of Persian origin. Its curve can be from 5 to 15 degrees. The name is derived from the Persian shamshir, which means sword. This radically curved sword family indicates the shamshir, scimitar, talwar, kiljar, pulwar, and Mongol saber. The myth of the golden knife is the key to the Mithratic mysteries that some describe as an equivalent to the Holy Grail. The golden knife carries a curse that will spill the blood of the unworthy who would dare touch it. The cult of Mithras was a mysterious religion practiced within the Roman Empire from around the 1st to 4th century AD. The name of the Persian god Mithra, adopted by the Greek as Mithras, was linked with the new and distinctive imagery. Worshippers of Mithras had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation with the ritualistic meals. Initiates would meet in the underground temples called Mithraea. They were retained in large numbers. The iconic scenes of Mithras show him as being born from a rock and slaughtering of a bull or tauroctony. Interesting. Cyclopes.
Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking. The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature helping Vulcan at the forge.
Oh, the pits, right.
I don't need the ropes, for now. Excavating tools. A bucket, shovel, and brush.
And I've taken the beloved trowel. Arch of Hadrian. I bet it is. Let's have a look. What's that one say? Oh, this is the temple. Oh, that makes sense. It looks temple-y.
Construction hooks. Neptune, the god of the sea.
Oh look, and they still didn't cover up his jars. But they have hers fragrantly on display.
It is a statue of Minerva.
Please, please let my other deities wear some clothes. Bull statue nearby. Ah, this one.
It is a broken statue of a bull.
Indeed. Oh, nice.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city. The gastrophets were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
Dear Lord Blackmore, the manager of the baths, Sir Gregory Pitkin, was quite a nuisance at the start when I arrived. After you stepped in, he became rather more helpful. Occasionally, people of his rank are not well suited to a work of such great magnitude. They lack the necessary vision. In a few weeks' time, I hope to bring good news of the Strand Lane baths. I am on the verge of discovering a major archaeological artifact, one that might be used politically by your party to demonstrate the strength of our ancestors, oh dear, and fulfill the need to protect our empire from any present and future threats. Again I say, oh dear. Calvin, Hobbes and you consider yourselves as being so smart and funny. I had a good laugh when you froze Miss Durkin's notes about the Arch of Hadrian in the ice. However, our thesis exams are just ahead, and as you are the so-called brain of your improbable duo, I have to warn you that my gastrophytes model, the ancient Greek crossbow, and not the medical device to relieve constipated people as you might have thought, is not to be touched, or else I'll have to inform Mr. Wormwood about everything you've done these past 2 years. I ate Hobbes's tuna sandwich. Meh. Spittle.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow. The gastrophets were used with ropes and hooks for sieges. This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
That's not let me do it, is it? Right, so...
This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here?
I don't know. Let's archaeologically excavate it. Yeah, it's this simple, guys. I don't know if it'd be using a trowel though, especially if we know there's some fresco underneath it. I don't know. Just smooth it out a little bit.
I can see now.
I can see.
Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman Baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for? I need to visit this place.
The Strand Baths.
Mr. Holmes, we've cleared the corridor to the Frigidarium. You can visit it now.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Nice. Again, I say, nice.
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the flagstones. A hidden sign.
Hidden sign.
A hidden symbol. A symbol. Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination.
Imagine. So if let's get that to oh.
The signs are pointing to this bust.
Nice.
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place visited by Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. We are approaching the end of this mystery.
All right.
A broken glass plate. What is it doing here? I should examine it at Baker Street. How very peculiar. An ice maker.
Why would Sir Rodney have brought such a device here?
A sack of crude salt.
Right then. Now we've got a light source.
Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull. This fresco resembles either a ladder or a hierarchy.
Initiation grades are called the Mithras, so they're the processes. Oh. Stumbled into a little bit of an ossuary.
We cannot go any further. A shovel, not from the Roman era.
Ooh.
How dreadful. Judging by the broken orbit, this poor fellow met a death similar to Sir Rodney's.
This shoe is not from the Roman era. It is medieval at best. This man was a tomb raider who met with an unfortunate end.
Stupid
By
Anglo-Saxons.
the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor. The pillar collapsed a long time ago.
My imagination.
It is very similar to the face of Mithras. This shadow seems to represent a bridge. It resembles a bull. That is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea. The shadows show us the way to go. We will find Mithras after Neptune, the bull, and the bridge. There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to gather them. I will count this piece as a starting point.
Hmm. Hang on, right, that's the top. That's the top. That's the bottom. Right, so they're in the right place. Let's swap that one for that one. Let's give that a rotate. No, that's changed now, isn't it? I really wish it would actually hold where it was. That's not in the right place. So yep, they're in the right order. So what's at the bottom of that one? Square. So we need one. Not that one. So over. There we go. So they all connect. So I need one with a triangle. Looks like a triangle hole in it. Right, so they're all sorted. Now I need to find, let's swap those two over. Twist that way. No! There we go. Twist that facing that No, they're not quite straight. There we go. That facing... No, maybe it's not that one then. Got triangle point. Not that one then. No, that's definitely a corner. Or is it? There we go. So that one just needs a bit of a fiddle.
It is a mould, and it is ready for casting. The mould is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet... The mould is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster solution. Now let us see what we have here.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson. Let us try to create an object from silver by using the mold. It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner. Done. Now I can proceed further. The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down. Done. Now I can proceed further.
No, I'm just not going to turn off the Bunsen though.
A homemade silver knife. Excellent. We have created a knife with the silver that we found. It could have been used to kill Sir Rodney.
It was extremely clever to create a weapon that could dissolve at the scene of the crime.
Done. Watson, could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph? Thank you, Watson. Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph. Ice cream in the desert? We are indebted to the Romans who developed the technique. Salt. Ice. Ice cream. Another archaeologist, most probably. Sir Rodney. The Pyramids of Giza in Egypt.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create ice cream.
Right, so...
Ice. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
Does this one work again? Nuts. Didn't do it quick enough. Alright, so let's try that again.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
Holmes, look. The temperature...
Excellent. Now we must check to ensure that it is adequately frozen. An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder. An ice knife. A surprising and yet a very brilliant idea.
It's the perfect weapon. It enables one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
Just gonna go and check I've got everything. And then I know where I'm gonna go next. Sure I do. Yep.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. The paintings in the baths are focused on Mithras, I understand.
Yes, they are what make this place remarkable.
And that is why Sir Rodney came here?
He believed that the golden knife, which is an ancient ritual item, was hidden somewhere around the baths. I admit that it would be wonderful if it were true.
And you are not concerned by the reputation of this artifact?
You mean the curse? Before someone is dead, it is a blessing. After they are dead, well, then it becomes a curse.
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. What can you tell me about Mithras?
Oh, so much. It was the core of our work. Why do you ask?
Were you seeking the golden knife?
The golden knife.
I see you are an amateur. Yes, the golden knife was our grail. It is said that it bears the only text explaining the ritual of the cult of Mithras.
I understand. I read something about immortality.
A myth. The knife would provide immortality only to the worthy one, and yet it is cursed, and it would kill you if you are not initiated.
Did you expect to find the golden knife at the baths?
Well, Sir Rodney thought that it might be there. Did you observe the knife representations there? They are so extraordinary, and we had hoped, but... it is a tragedy that he has passed away, taking all of his secrets with him. As soon as I've been released, I will continue Sir Rodney's researches in his memory.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Perhaps you could explain the cult of Mithras to me.
No, there is nothing to say. We are not the worthy ones.
But Sir Rodney believed that he was?
He was wrong. I have visions. The golden knife, the mummy. Oh, it's all my fault.
Calm down, Mr. Garrow. We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
So he did then. Time to go Indiana Jonesing this shit. Need to redo oh, what's it called? Forgotten City. I don't know if I did that one before.
We should use these metal rings to help us reach the bridge pillar. We should use these... There might be something behind these leaves. I have to find a way of getting there.
Yeah, well, we know exactly what to do, don't we?
I...
There we go. Yoink.
Those rings on the bridge are perfect targets. This one as well.
Firing against graffiti requires a lot of practice.
Oh, come on.
Firing against graffiti requires a lot of practice.
Yeah, it does if he's like holding his breath and he's still wobbling like he's got some sort of lung disease. And again, the...
This one as well.
The hit boxes are a bit not great. You seem to think that if as long as it's within the middle of the crosshair, you hit it, but it's not.
The bridge is ready.
Yeah.
I must pass it.
Sounds like he's struggling. It doesn't sound like Sherlock, does it?
Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. We had better be careful.
There might be death everywhere.
Which way should we go, Holmes?
There ought to be some clues here. Let's take a look around.
Yeah, there are. It's this one.
I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium.
So it's this one. then this one. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Look, it's the golden knife. But how to get it? This lamp is not old. The oil is still fresh. Perhaps Sir Rodney passed by here.
No, I do not think so. Remember, he went no further than the catacombs underneath the Frigidarium. The murderer left this lamp.
Look, it's the golden knife. But how to get it?
Right.
Watson, I need your help.
Ha ha ha. Yoink.
The golden knife of Mithras. A long-lost relic has resurfaced. Watson, it is time to conclude this case. Excellent. Now, we should find another way of getting out of here.
This mechanism seems inactive. Most likely the door it controls has already been opened. Are we inside the hidden temple?
Come on then, no chat, let's get out of here. Alright, so... Lincoln with the ice knife, that is the correct deduction. And we're going to condemn him.
I'm feeling rather uncomfortable. Why have I been put into these cuffs?
I fear that you had better get used to them, Mr. Blinkhorn. They are your reward for the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No, that's a lie.
It is regrettable, for you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel. That is, of course, if they decide that you shall live. You, the consulting detective who salutes your intelligence in performing the perfect crime, yes, but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see. I only followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say? And there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared. But now I am here, and there is no one who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn. Goodbye.
Lol. Impartial.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
Yes, well, I'll do that next time, so thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.